Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Zizaran here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent. None will be held on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is, oh my, this is the undisputed best axe in the game for duelist, for banquet, fucking banquet, holy shit. Hello. Hello. How are you guys? Who's that young child screaming in the clip? I know. Tell me about it. I feel so old. Let's see. When are we gonna get by the blue? I usually do that every time I hit 10k subs, so maybe for the subathon. Is there any guide I can follow from an instability? I mean, mirror on Ruthless. I want to start with this. So I wouldn't recommend starting it. I would recommend starting with a gladiator, with the spectral shield throw. I only went mirror because I had all of the support gems for it. So at level 10, I was able to do a 4-link. Hey, Ziz. How did you know you were ready to be a dad? It's a great question. I realized that I was not ready for anything else that happened to me in life. And you are never going to be ready for anything that is actually difficult in life. And you just gotta roll with the punches. You literally in life will never be ready for the thing you feel you want to be ready for. No one ever is. Hello, Mithra. No Coke today. I take it you haven't been watching my stream in a few years, Dakrath? Do you think it's worth trying to buy skins in this game, or should I wait for Path of Exile 2? So the quality of skins is probably going to go up even further in Path of Exile 2, but anything you buy in PoE 1 carries over to PoE 2. So there are things that have been exclusive to PoE 1 that people are going to be a miss that they missed in PoE 1. Yeah, that's what I did, Culture. Even stash tabs. Am I cooked? Oh, is Cultifier not blue? Is it a red gem? Must be a red gem. LA Focus, Feeding Frenzy, Ink Crit Strikes. I needed that, I think. Not sure if I need that. It's red. Oh. Hi, Sai. I barely drink Coke anymore. I have, but I missed when you stopped drinking Coke. Ooh, like 2 years ago? A year ago? Not quite sure. Um, Give me 1 sec. Alright. Will you ever dye your hair blue again? Yeah. How we doing? I'm good. So I was just tweeting out. We're looking for a editor for the Maxroll channel.
Yes. The perfect excuse to see Danik.
Let's see. Calimera! Do we know the list of stuff getting carried and not carried to PoE? Everything. If it exists in PoE 2, it's getting carried over. Let's see. What are the endgame? Mini damage, fresh meat, conk, volatility, LA damage with attacks. So I have all the support gems. I don't need the crit ones. Kind of nice to have. I don't need more LA focus.
Back to work.
Another feeding frenzy's kinda not needed. Is there one more blue gem? I'm never gonna do Archmage, to be honest. Oh shit! Boom. More damage.
I must have time to gather my will.
I got unbound ailments from my skittering bots. Are you going, Bama? Nah, Blink Arrow doesn't exist on Ruthless. But I am mama. I'm your mama. And I have volatility. I should level that. I want generosity. I don't know why the guide, or not guide, like the other guy. So I'm basically stealing another guy's playing Mama on Ruthless, but he doesn't use generosity, but I can't think of why. Maybe he just didn't think of it. No Tarkov this way. Chance to play. All my friends who play Tarkov kind of hate this wipe. What support gem do I want? Generosity. What level's generosity? Like 31? I can't do these. Yeah, I managed to escape. See my mask? I don't even know who it is. Just Aflox linked me the PB. I managed to do my Grand Heist last night. Didn't really get anything good. Well, I kind of did. I got perfect form.
We'll talk again. This is neither the time nor the place.
Thanks, Day.
You need the best? Agreed. Well, here I am.
I really want the replica Stampede more than anything.
On a job like this, careful maneuvering is key.
What is your opinion on Torchlight Infinite? The game itself is really good. I hate the art style. Like that's actually quite bad. The UI is really bad, but I know they're working on like a PC UI. This season was way too pay to win. That's why I skipped it and didn't want to take a sponsorship this season. But apparently they're addressing that. But the game itself is quite good. It's interesting because If you're playing Path of Exile for $0 and Torchlight Infinite for $0, you have a better time in Torchlight Infinite because like there you can like play to earn some of your own stuff. Whereas PoE with $0 invested is actually quite miserable.
I'm not joking.
But you can wail out on Torchlight and you can't on PoE.
Good fight, but don't lose focus.
That's pretty much my opinion.
Messy. I don't like where this is headed. Move! Move!
It's quite a good game though. Most people are probably never going to try it just because of the way the game looks. I wanted an ARPG on the phone for while watching something, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
That could have gone better, but it could have gone a lot worse.
Good luck to you. Toodles.
Upgrade my filter a bit.
The lady, back to it.
Let's see. Let's see, what bows do I want? Alright. Are you going to try Deadlock? Yeah, I've been playing it. I have been playing it. I played some last night with Kyuchi. Ivory is good. I just put like 6-7 bows on my filter.
Must have time.
So I'm basically going to, it was, oh shit, I fucked up. Need item level at least 74. So it was Steel's idea to just, I'm basically gonna start setting up a bunch of bows for combinating. It's a pretty good idea. What I need to be doing. What content? It's tier 5 and 6 maps. Arrow? Why? What arrow command are you guys trying to do? Gem drop? What do you mean? We want your mirror arrow build. I don't have one. It's not something I have a guide for. I don't make Ruthless guides. I'm just stealing another POB from the ladder. Yeah, maybe I just need to go to tier 6 maps. Yeah, this is Ruthless. So nothing drops here. To be fair, I don't know how much longer I can survive. It's like I have one way to survive, but I need a rear guard. I don't have one. 50 years in here. Did I die again? No, why? I need rear guard the most. That fixes all my problems. I thought you were further yesterday. Further the maps? My bad. I don't understand. Further than maps? Where did you think I was? PoE 2? Oh, you thought I was in the campaign. How do you get an invite for Deadlock? I think you can apply somewhere. I'm not sure though.
I must have time to gather my will.
Did you see my message, my heaven? Yeah, somebody can just add you on Steam and click invite and you're in one day later. So most people do that, I guess. So I invited all my friends. Like anyone that has a Deadlock account can just invite you all. Like maybe somebody in chat can help you if you ask nicely. Yeah, the main problem now, obviously, like I don't have a lot of health. What I do have is I have 100% suppression, which is obviously very good. I don't have any max stress, but I'm actually like mostly scared of like attacks. Is it just me, or is this may have low upload since the image of him is quite poorly? No. It's probably your connection. Hopefully nobody else is experiencing that. No, I had not seen it. The quality is fine, yeah. Well, that guy is watching on YouTube, so maybe something's happening there. Maybe something's happening on YouTube. Image looks a little washed out on YouTube. Oh, okay. Interesting. Fascinating. What's the best non-bleed slam build right now? A lot of people did Earthshatter. Bitrate is meh on YouTube, good on Twitch. Weird. Odd. I'm sort of just like expecting to die at the moment unless I find a rare garden. You got all the bomber gems? Yep. 220 Uber Shippers now. Drop 9 supply missions. Oh, nice. Good luck. Yeah, for those that didn't see, we're looking for a new editor for Maxroll. Anyone knows any editor friends? Any for qualifications? Nope. Don't need qualifications. You need to show stuff you've done before or stuff you can do. This application, email. I don't care if you have any formal training as long as you can actually do what's required. Did you tweet about it? Yeah. What is required? Being able to edit and be a good editor. You're gonna have to make guides, podcasts, stuff like that. And if people have Twitter, I would appreciate a retweet. I think for a single person for editing thumbnails or an editor and thumbnail designer separately. Single person. It's primarily for Diablo content because that does better on their YouTube than PoE, but it will be like PoE podcasts as well, but I don't think it'll be that much. I mean, it's better to sell them, but it's more fun to gamble it. Well, like just being familiar with gaming, it's pretty big. That tree, yeah. Hello, sir. Hey, boss. Are you ever reached 1 billion DPS? So, I'm playing Ruthless, so I'll be beyond excited if I get 1 million. I'll be beyond excited for 1 million. Are you further? No. This character's way worse. At the moment, we're trying to get a bow. Well, one guy has dropped a mage blood in Ruthless. Not like multiple people have done it. One singular. Chain is a little scary. On my Twitter, Leonardo. So I said I tweeted it. Twitter or X. Yeah, Ritual's very strong for that. I would love Relicash boots. Nice. Oh shit, tier 1 attack speed. And it's on an ivory. Well, that's one piece of the puzzle. Oh my god, dude. Human's Affliction, I didn't like it that much. The only thing I really liked about Affliction was that I was playing with steel. Maybe it's a dead end over there. From a ledge, yeah. Skimming the title of the stream, I thought you'd have to mirror in with this. Oh, maps on mirror arrow. Right. Tier 5. Does this count as a minion build? Yeah. Absolutely. Have you read the drama about the mirror team on Reddit? Do you mean the Belton drama? Yeah. I didn't even know mirror teams existed. I will never understand, like, why did those people, like, after, like, the first instance of somebody treating me badly, I will no longer continue working with them. I don't understand.
My mana is spent.
Like, I don't understand how somebody can be called like a fucking retard on stream and then continue to do stuff with that person. Why would you ever let somebody treat you like that? That's so wild to me. Not that that makes it okay for that person to do, but it's like really weird to stick around. Community service? Yeah, I did see. Bad timing though, but yeah, I did see it.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, nice, man. That's insane. So it's just like whenever I right click, I get a mirror arrow minion and it kills things. It should play. Yeah. Oh, niceness. I saw there was there's like, you know, those like automatic cat toilets. Apparently there was like a cheaper version of one that literally would kill cats. Like it doesn't have a sensor for if there's anything in like the turning mechanism. So it had like decapitated a cat that like got in while it was turning. This is where I'm very happy that I bought an expensive one that actually has sensors. It did have a sensor, but it didn't work properly. Right. You had to update the firmware so it doesn't kill your cat? Right. I have a fancy one. I also tested it on my arm first before using it. I assume most pet owners would do that. Isn't that a bit crazy not to? Do you know I have 2 Dudries? I could like craft for all res. Are the companies that make those litter boxes getting sued out the ass now? I don't know. I mean, there's so many. Song name? I'll link it. Are you going to make a guide for Bama? No. Also, I'm not playing Bama. I'm playing Mama. You don't have Blink Arrow. Doesn't exist. Yeah, Guardian. Why did you assign Guardian for the elemental damage auras? Thank you, Anfield.
7 is firing Ziz's laser. Thank you for all the
Thanks so
entertainment,
much.
good sir.
Thank you for watching. Thanks so much. So right now we are trying to get bows, and we're going to try to recombinate a bow. So I need gold to recombinate. God, I wish I had Wild Molten Shell so bad. At least he doesn't get those stupid stages. Hard to afford. I leveled with Blank Caramero. Like, this was my second character. The only reason I started playing it was because... Oh yeah, I got this yesterday. Was because I had all the gems and stuff. Would have been better. Dude, Bleed him into would have been sick.
Greetings.
Do we know the gauntlet mods yet? We do not. Can anyone join the gauntlet? Yes.
Make him suffer! I must have time to gather my will.
Absolutely. How do I join with my phone? You have to emulate like run it through your PC and then play it on your phone. When is it going to start? 26th September. Or maybe we need a NordVPN command on YouTube. What a key. Is there any Brazilians in chat? If I was making a gauntlet ad for NordVPN, like a 1-minute skit to play during breaks and stuff, and I had like Steel pretend to be the Brazilian government saying you can't access Twitter, and like did like a skit like back and forth with me and Steel being like the Brazilian government, and then saying like you're not allowed to use Twitter. Would that be in funny or in bad taste?
Return soon, yes?
I think it's funny. Bad taste? Really? Why? And you'd be like, but now you can with NordVPN. Oh. The only Twitch channel will be banned by the government. I always work the Turkish government. VPN sucks, to be honest. Why? Goblins? No, goblins would lose. Why can't it be a government? True. You're right. But someone will? Right. Yeah, maybe I just do a government. I guess I don't need to be specific. They're slow as fuck, and I've got the one you just mentioned. But they'll always be slower than your connection. They're not force speed. They'll always be slower than your connection. The only time ever that any VPN can speed your connection up is if the default connection your ISP chooses is unoptimal, right? Like, for example, Gucci managed to get, he lives in Singapore, and because of VPNs, he's able to get 180 ping instead of 240 when playing with me. But like, it'll always, generally always be slower than your connection. The only uses, like, I don't like it when VPNs start to like say like it's for security reasons, because that's not really true for most people. Like the only reason is like Netflix and stuff like that.
I must have time to gather my will.
Lightning strike pretty cool. I don't really feel like it does much for privacy either, to be honest. I think it's mostly like switching regions for things like Netflix. Sometimes if you have unoptimal routing to a game, it's the only things I've used it for. Yeah, I agree, miss. That's why I don't advertise that. But for things like Netflix and stuff, it's good. The only time it does anything for like privacy or security is if you're on a public network. But why would you be using an internet connection in public? He's at a hotel or something. Not even really? Really? Why not? Everything is HTTPS? Right, I guess. Use it for those reasons only because you don't have a reason to use VPN for end-to-end encryption via tunneling. I guess if you use multiple VPNs, you need to hide your location. It's mostly like, I think the main reason people use VPNs is content blocks. For most people. It's the only reason I use it. The only other time I've used it is if I have really, really bad ping to a server. Like, and it's like unstable because of bad routing.
To join the other corpses, Exile? This, my time to...
Yes. I use a VPN. I put my location as Australia and play PoE on EU servers. Works like a charm. Why would you want to do that?
It's no easy, does it?
If you think I'm...
Automate. I can appreciate a killer.
Death's too kind for a monster like you.
You get 600 to 700 MS? Yeah, why would you want to do that?
I must have time to gather my will.
No, this is Kitava. What do you consider top 3 builds? Like just mine? Cause like most of mine are league starters. The only build I have that's like really, really good as an endgame build right now is the Lightning Strike Trickster. Which isn't really something I came up with from scratch. I mostly do league starters. Top 3 in general, I would say, is like Archmage, the Archmage Ice Nova, Lightning Strike, and Molten Strike of Zenith. Pretty sure PoE2 will run me into debt. Hopefully they have really ugly MTX. Give me Ghastly. Oh shit, it's stretching. Can't use that, but it's pretty rare. I had a PoE2 beta invite, but I was on vacation when it happened. I mean, you probably could have emailed support. And like, there's still a beta going, isn't there? Because I thought Wave 2 was out. Because people were talking about that on the Reddit. But is this in console too? I don't know. I don't really know anything about the beta stuff. I'm not in it. They probably pay you. Are you playing the open beta? Late in 15th of November? Yeah, I'll be playing that. I don't have access to the closed beta. It was kind of cool because I think everybody was expecting the streamers to have access. I love that they didn't do it. Based as fuck. Do you like social deduction games? Yeah, they're my favorite. Any game where I can lie and gaslight my friends is pretty much something I love playing. Secret Hitler, Resistance. Dale and Dawson. Is it a, like, video game or like a board game? It's The Office meets Among Us. Oh, is this the one where there's slackers?
I must have time to gather my will.
Secret what? Secret Hitler. So one person that you're playing against is Hitler. So if you accidentally elect Hitler as Chancellor, you lose. Yes? Oh, I've seen people play that. I don't know. Among Us looked more fun though. Accident, yes. That's the German. Oh no. Yeah, Avalon. Avalon and Resistance basically the same game, but yeah. They're good. We were playing, so I flew all my moderators over and played board games with them, and we were playing Secret Hitler. Man with Hat's German, and every time we were electing Chancellor, I was like, Susk. But I was Hitler, so. Very fun game, would recommend. Is it legal? Does anyone have the last name Hitler this day? I'm pretty sure, if I remember history correct, all of his all of his relatives agreed not to have children and let the genetics and name die out. And I think even the name like Adolf just didn't exactly soar in popularity. I really do want to play. I've been thinking about it a lot. Board game, Battlestar Galactica? No, never. Adolf as a name is banned in Germany. Right. I would assume the same for Hitler as a surname. And here in Brazil, we have Adolfo de Biel, club owner. Right. There's a guy called Adolf Hitler Uona, and he's a Nambian politician. Did he, like, choose that himself? So that's quite a statement. It's not banned. My dentist's name is Mark Adolf. Right. Misinformation on the internet. He's a civil rights activist. I have so many questions. What the fuck? Oh, well. Do you know what always, like, really shocks me is how recent it was? Crazy. What are your favorite misconceptions? Probably text-related stuff. Like, I feel like, and I don't feel like I'm exaggerating, but I feel like 90% don't understand how write-offs work. As well as bracketed text systems. That I think that's like the only thing that really comes to mind. Or peeing on a jellyfish sting. That's the only things that really come to mind that I can think of. That's the only thing I know people have issues with. Like, there's a lot of people that, like, you'll see this particularly on Reddit. You'll see people, like, write the comment, like, oh, that's just a write-off for them. Especially when it comes to, like, things like charity and stuff. Like, people really have no idea how that works. And there's a lot of people that think that if you get promoted, you can end up making less money if you enter a higher tax bracket. Because they think they end up paying more tax on all their income and not just whatever it's, above. It's not illegal to be called Adolf, but it is illegal to be called Adolf Hitler in Germany. Right.
Shotgun Betty.
Yeah, Crimson.
His laser.
Thank you. Shotgun Betty. But I do think it's really funny. The thing is, like, it's actually not taught that well at all. Apparently, my parents were talking to me about this. Apparently, there's been a big problem in Norway lately that a lot of students didn't understand how credit worked. And they thought that by using a credit card, that since they were only taking a small loan here and there of like 10 bucks, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, they thought that since they had small loans, then the rents, like fuck, what's the word for it? Of like extra money you have to pay back when you're taking a loan. I can't remember the word for some reason. The interest. They thought the interest would be small on it. And there's a big argument in Norway right now that they want financial literacy to literally be a subject in school, which I cannot believe that we don't have that already. It's fucking wild that we're in 2024 and that financial literacy is not a subject in school. That is staggering. Like, so many things. Like, there's so many things. Like, just like a tiered tax system is important to teach people how it works. Like, the amount of adults that literally think you can get a promotion and lose money is like, it's too high, because there shouldn't be anyone that thinks that. Oh my god, yes. So, for those that don't know, because I have a lot of boomers in my chat, so a lot of you guys might not know this, but there's something called the Chase bank hack right now going on in the United States of America. And it's because, like, you might not know this, but on TikTok, there's a lot of people giving financial advice. One of these financial advices is that they've been telling people you should send yourself a check for $100,000, and then go to the Chase Bank and take out whatever the maximum amount it'll let you take out. And before the check bounces, it'll let you take out money. And people are actually doing this in America. It's like, it's fraud. It's super illegal. It's like 3 or 9 years in prison. So, like, right now, like, it's literally people committing financial suicide. But, I don't understand how you could ever think this is okay. Like, I don't understand. Like, at no point in my life would I ever think this was a thing that would work. And there was, like, apparently a shit ton of people doing this. A shit ton. That's crazy to me. America's a big place, but it's still staggering how many stupid people exist here. Yeah, I mean, you guys get bullied a lot for being stupid, but it's like also like American education is falling behind quite a lot in a lot of places. But it's also just like, I blame the internet. I literally think it's easier to be stupid now. Like, if you're 15 today, it's easier to be stupid than when we were, like, young. It's pretty hard for young people these days. The odds are very against you. Like, it's so easy. Like, I know we all think we were, like, really smart when we were that age, but you are very impressionable at that age. So, like, it's so hard, and it's difficult for parents. If you walk 8 kilometers an hour for an hour, how far have you walked? 8 kilometers. But that's the type of questions you would hope that nobody gets wrong. The internet is objectively a net negative for humanity. Man, I really don't think it is. I don't think it's a net negative, but it does come with a lot of downsides. Someone said on Instagram, we in America love to be on the edges. Our smart is really smart. Our stupid is really stupid. Our fat is really fat. I think I would probably agree with that. I would agree that, like, America is definitely hitting all the extremes. I think most Americans would agree with that. You definitely see more extremes.
I must have time to gather my will.
For sure. The answer is already written in this question. Yeah, but there are still people that actually get that wrong. It'd be sad to know. Great as Amorosa mentioned, yeah. How much does 1 liter of water weigh? I genuinely don't know. Like, is 1 liter equivalent to 1 kilo? I don't know if there's a... Oh, okay. Right. I mean, I wasn't sure that. I would have just guessed 1 kilo. Also, wouldn't that also matter? If it's frozen, it would be heavier, no? Wouldn't it? Lighter? Oh. I thought it was... Okay. Frozen would be lighter. What are expect? All right. Oh, okay, I get it. Less water in the same volume. Okay, that makes sense. I get the logic now. It can't change mass? No, it actually can because of the question. Because the mass is changing. A liter of frozen ice is larger than a because it expands. Like, it would be more than 1 liter. Water is most dense at 4 Celsius. It gets less dense as temperature drops or rises. There's so many things that just aren't taught in school. It's crazy. It's also... I'm assuming that it's still like this today, but like... A lot of people don't see education as a privilege. Like, a lot of people don't want to be there. They don't want to learn. And that is a hard problem to fix. Like, I think the thing is, in my opinion, the 2 best paying jobs in society should be teachers and doctors. But a large issue is that entertainment is like super overpaid compared to what like the actual important jobs are. And you really want like engaged teachers. What about nurses though? No, they're not important. Okay, do you want me to change it to healthcare? Do I have to be that specific? Healthcare and teaching. What about philosophers? Not important. I was reading an article that there's a private school in the UK. It charges like £32,000 per semester. And they're gonna start having AI teachers. And I'm like, what the fuck are people paying for? I just realized, I was like, I haven't done this map. Right, anything healthcare and teachers. I would say teaching is even more important than healthcare because they teach the healthcare. But it's just so important. And then when you don't have motivated teachers, you're not gonna have motivated students, and then they're not gonna learn. Right, I'm gonna get some water. Water!
Adrenalinal just resubscribed for 86 months.
Hello. Turns out Idiocracy was actually a documentary, just really ahead of its time. Oh yeah, it's very true. How many things do you need to know nowadays, though? A lot. I was reading, like, on average, we know, like, a lot more different things. But, like, back in the day, people would be a lot more, like, specialized in knowledge. Which I believe that. Because right now, we're, like, very, like, rounded knowledge. Everybody knows, like, a lot of something, but not exactly how everything works. This plate. Jack of all trades, master of none, yeah. Just throw money at the bum in its face? True. Actually true. What weighs more, a raw egg or a boiled egg? I would assume a raw egg because some things get, like, vaporized. What if you got no money? Oh, then you're screwed. Luna gets so sad when she can't be with me. But she, like, doesn't behave well enough in my room. And she doesn't learn. She's not a learning cat. Boiling an egg does not change its mass. Well, I guess because nothing can escape the egg. But frying it would, right? So we turn it into like vapor or whatever. Like, frying should evaporate something, right? My Shunai train's amazing.
There is a fine line.
I haven't done Herbalab yet. I should do that.
And hesitation.
How is Herbalab today? I really feel like I'm about to die. Another one bites the dust. My god, dude. It's very scary.
I must have time to gather my will.
I dip so much. Whether Exiles don't drop a full item set in Ruthless. That's interesting. It's in normal. They'll drop a full item set. No, you're not destined to get projectile monsters. There's usually at least one projectile monster every map anyway, but doesn't. You could get multi-approach with no projectile monsters. Easy peasy. A little bit scary, but easy peasy. Oh, my butts are back.
Interesting stuff in from the Carnage.
Oh. 2C!
Done. Sonya will make good use of them. Sonya will make good use of them.
There.
Local! I'll give him the word. Taylor's luck, I hope.
There.
Taylor's luck, I hope.
I'm living at 2C.
Bye now.
I have 7. Actually wild. Four minions. I'm actually loaded. Steel's fighting Exile if you care. I do care. No problem, Jack Boy. He's insane! He's cut this easily.
There we go.
I believe in you!
Here we go.
Die.
Why no Ruby? Why no Ruby Flask? So easy! He's too good. His brain is so good, he's in the future.
My ass.
He's already killed it. What's up, bud? I don't see a sunbug. Oh, the weird sound.
According to Quinn69, it's a bad pattern. It's a bad pattern. It's a bad pattern.
Oh no.
Oh, it's so big! What actually is happening?
Does he have flame?
Dude, the whole arena is fire. Why?
Look at those gems. Yeah. Hit him. Oh no.
I have the debuff. Nah, I have the debuff. Fuck. Oh, that's so troll though. That is actually so troll. I mean, I'll try again, but please debuff go away.
Die.
Oh, fuck me. I wasted every flask, dude. Starting this with the debuff is so troll, bro.
Why doesn't he just go in with a bow and calling strike?
Come on. Let me... Alright, I can still do this. I just need... The runes won't change, right? So... I can't get over here is the problem. Oh, here we go. Alright. Okay. Tanking.
Easy.
Oh my god, I don't have flash charges though, but whatever. Jesus, man. Kind of troll though, I'll be real. That was toxic. That was toxic. That was...
Is anyone surprised? Here, I should go lab. Let's go die in lab. I actually might die. I don't want to die, but I should do lab. That's 200 mace. Wait, I didn't finish my map, did I?
Cryos just resubscribed for
Try same for 37 months.
But
Steel just
why?
killed Exile? No, there's no way, dude. There's literally no way. No shot. Do you know how crazy that would be?
Ziz's laser, love you.
Thanks. A couple of close calls, but he did it? No, I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it. I refuse. Do you believe it, chat? No, I don't believe it either. I think we're being lied to. Man, Reflects map is a bit of a pain. Dropped a void zone, so yeah, no, I don't believe it. It's unbelievable, chat. It's unbelievable. Even though we just spent 5 minutes watching him do it, it's unbelievable. I simply will not believe it. No, I wouldn't work with Mirror.
To damnation with thee!
I'm only using one curse in the SST build. Yes, then it probably works.
I must have time to gather my will.
Channel.
Beast of burden.
Nugi's moving. It's not missing. I'm not using Holy Relic. But yeah, there are Holy Relic builds. Oops. What are we gonna do? Lab. Let's do a lab. Labyrinth.
Ascend with precision.
Are you a Warhammer fan? Yeah, I like Warhammer. I'm not like Omega into it, because I prefer like old Warhammer than 40k. What came first, Warhammer 40k or the old one? It's all fancy? No, Warhammer 40k is real. It's not fancy. Oh, that's scary. How's the mama? Depends. Honestly, pretty bad because I have like no survival. So I'm pretty scared of dying. I found a perfect form. So if I find a rear guard, then I'd be doing really good. I also have one Grand Spectrum with the minion crit, and this is going to be a crit build. So if I find the Endurance Charge one, that'd be good. But honestly, I'm kind of expecting... Wait, I don't get it. Oh, never mind. I'm kind of expecting to die. Yeah, it is. It is. Especially since Silver Chests don't really give anything them.
Traveler draws close to the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens.
But like my damage is pretty crazy.
Stay the course. By the goddess, what ambition!
If I find a rare guard, I'm fine. Because with a rare guard, a perfect form, then I have 65% block. And I have really good damage. And I can maybe get to 5k alive. So I think that is enough with the defenses I have. Because I should be able to get maybe like 700 or 800k damage. A coil? I don't do physical damage. I don't know, how many challenges do I have? 0. What are the challenges? But it's pretty deadly. Level 90 is the first one. Even that's scary. Ruthless is hard, dude. It's rough. I thought you died yesterday because I was watching you while I was in a phone call. So all I saw was you on a new character and I was like, huh? And I was like, I didn't see him die. He didn't die. He must be rerolling or muling. What were you doing? No, I can't get many numbers to me.
Dark influences reside in
For gem shipments to force lower level gems? Oh, why do you want lower level gems? Ah. Makes sense. Smart.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah. That makes sense. I have all my gems already except for the crit minion one.
When the time
What level are you now?
comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Complex machinations converge to a single act of power. Rise to the occasion. You are inexhaustible.
Thanks, Zero.
Even the grand
Is this a good league starter? For Ruthless? No, I wouldn't say so. I only played it because I already had, for Ruthless Hardcore, yeah, you can't start with this build because you need the Blink Arrow Mirror gems. Like, I started using them from level 10. No Ruthless? Well, why are you asking if a Ruthless build is good for non-Ruthless? This is a Ruthless specific build, because in non-Ruthless you would use Blink Arrow. You have gems that don't even exist to me. Doesn't even exist to me. Ow. Alright, one more Dark Shrine. You're 86.99999. Did you get any nice loot? Like, how's your defense and stuff? Because you're not block either, are you? I mostly struggle with, like, avoidance defense. No, nothing new yet. Oh, there's standardly. No, Ruthless is nothing in common with standard. And in Ruthless, like, loads of gems don't exist. Their support gems are drop only, aura gems are drop only. How do you get the pink cursor? Options, UI, default cursor. Hey! More about a young, but need a good block shield, right? I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you have a shield. How's the damage now? I think I have somewhere between 100 and 200,000 damage right now. Which is quite a lot, considering I'm 82. And I don't have a good bow yet. So I'm happy with my damage. Just need more survival. And I can have a little bit more damage because I can dual curse for like Eater. Don't I need more getting into reds? My chaos, yeah, I feel that my chaos res is down to -13.
Let the day dawn golden with possibility.
All right, here we go. Ezra is good, yeah. I can have 3 of each, so 6 total. The Mirror Prismatic Clone is not so much for damage on that itself. It's there for like Culling Strike and Feeding Frenzy. Oh, nice guys. I'm glad, dude. See you build. You can like buy cursors in the store as well. I like the free ones though.
aspirant can afford to be promising.
Here we go.
Emperor must keep. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters. Find your determination. You are free.
A bow. Nothing good. 140 life, 8% suppression. Recombinator helmeting us. Ball orb. Alright, let's ascend. Alright, a little bit extra regen. Right, quality. Okay, boom, they're both 20 quality. Yeah, I almost died in both my heists. Even though they're like low heists, I almost died in both of them.
Remember.
They're like significantly harder than maps of that tier. But I also need to be doing slightly higher maps. Because I'm currently trying to get bows to recombinate. Because I can pretty much 4 or 5x my damage with a good bow. And like right now my bow is pretty mediocre. It's tier 5, tier 4 on 1.5 attack speed. So I can get like a really significant upgrade. So I'm trying to farm tier 6, 7 maps to try to just get a bunch of bows to transmute. I have tier 1 attack speed on a bow already. So now I just need some tier 1 or tier 2 flats. So I have every bow showing that it's like a usable base. Support gems are drop on Amethyst. How rare are they then? Probably twice as rare as in the normal game. Yeah, no movement skill is really rough for a heist. I don't know what they're doing for loot filter for PoE2. Assassin's Mark, eh? Is buying from Faustus an option with a bow? Yeah. As soon as I can get item level 82s, I will try to buy some. I think I need 83 for that, 83 or 84. I'm gonna try once I level up. Damn. No Ghastly. Ghastly would be a big damage upgrade, so I really should be running Abyss. Best way to go for armor evasion Deadeye to be a bit more tanky. Get like fist damage taken as elemental. Did you see the Diablo 4 PTR infinite damage? No, I haven't really been paying attention much to Diablo 4. I will probably play the expansion for a few days. But I'm not like giga hyped. The new class is very cool. I enjoyed playing that. I'm very sad about what they're doing with rune words. I wish they actually made a rune word system for Diablo 4 instead of what they're doing. Can you still get the 6-socket craft? There are no crafts in Ruthless. In the normal game you can. Yeah, I've been playing Deadlock a little bit. I feel like Dota's a lot better though. Thanks, Lance. Good luck, dude. Hope you don't die. Hope you find some good shit and good luck on heist. No, not really. Especially on software, there's no minimum requirements. EHP is not a stat that matters. The only thing that matters is your max hit. Like, EHP doesn't tell you anything. I think we played against yesterday then. Oh, nice. Yeah, I played 2 games yesterday. What was I? I was the police dude in one game and I did pretty well. And in the next game I was... some ADC carry. I didn't do very well. I can't remember what the hero was. It's like the ulti with the machine guns. Haze. I was Haze. Didn't do very well. I should have farmed more. I mean, depends how rip your tier 17s are, but yeah. Can still get a really tanky AG. We played when you were the police guy. Shaman us today really much. I did good that game. Fuck good. We won that, right? No, maybe we lost that. I think we lost that. I had really good stats there, I remember. We were like owning our lane, me and Gucci. I've been using EHP as a metric. So... well, usually what I say is, well, tell me why EHP is good, which, since you're a new player, you don't know how to. And that's because it doesn't tell me anything, right? Like, what's the number based on? What does it show you? Which is nothing. It tries to show you how many, like, repeated hits can you take. But it doesn't have a good way to calculate that or actually know what it's doing. So the only thing you need to look at is your max hits. You want, like 20k elemental max hit would be pretty low. Once it's like 40 to 50k on LE max hits, it's like starting to get like playable and decent. And once you're over 100k LE max hit, then it's like really tanky. Fizz max hit, you want 20k plus as a minimum ideally. But EHP doesn't actually, it's not a stat that actually shows you anything. Like mine shows infinite. And I can still die. I mean, I haven't died, so I guess it was right, but it's not because of the tank. Tier 17s are very rippy. Hey, Halfcrim. Max, well, I mean, there is no max. You could have like 1 million LE max it, but you want like, to start out, like on the start characters, like 20k, later on like 50, and then very tanky would be 100. But, like, so, effective HP is actually a stat I've been asking Path Ability to remove, because it's literally a completely useless stat.
Danny Young just resubscribed for 5 months.
Danny, thank you for the 5 months. Innocence is more scary than... I don't know. I'd say Kitava Act 5 is the scariest thing in the campaign. Thank you, Danny. Why is EHP useless? Did you miss the entire 5-minute conversation we had about EHP? Do you ever stream Dota? Very rarely.
Dream just resubscribed for 82 months.
Oh, nice, Ryan. You just got here? Unfortunate. I don't really want to go over the same thing I literally just finished going over. You can go back in the world if you want. Hi, Flax. How you doing? Oh, nice, Ryan. Come from work is nerdo time. Nice. What do you do? Maybe I didn't open my window. A project manager from Microsoft. Oh, wow. It's interesting. Cool.
I must have time to gather my will.
Are Veiled Orbs as expensive on hardcore as they are normal settlers? Last one I bought on hardcore trade was 1.5D. Hey, Max. If you're a softcore, your HP matters more than max at taken. The occasional 1 in 500 death doesn't matter. No, because EHP doesn't actually tell you whether you're... Like it still doesn't really... No. Even on softcore, it doesn't. It does not like... It's gonna... It doesn't accurately measure how often you're gonna die. Wyvern scale would be good if it was good. Nope. Actually, I got a real job after a 6-month trial period the other day. Very happy. Dude, that's awesome. So you could have like really high block, LA maxi, and life gain on block, and it'll tell you that you have infinite LA maxi. But if you have a, sorry, it'll say like infinite or like 1,000 or million effective HP, but then you're just gonna die every map 6 portals to fist damage. I mean, whether you're hardcore or softcore doesn't matter. You don't want to die 6 times per map. The only thing that matters is your Fizz maxi, LA maxi, and Chaos maxi.
Look at that.
Evil_Cypher cheered X300. Never bought bits before.
Hello,
Baptism for all the help over the years.
Thank you.
I still suck at this game, but I'm trying to get better.
It's hard. Damn. Honestly, I can recombine those. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it a lot.
We lost
Thank you,
someone
thank you.
overboard and the crew couldn't find him. Can only hope.
Yeah, Carl.
Sure.
What was I doing again?
Keep the life, please. You know, if I can combine that with the life one. Poor crew. Man, I swear, man, they always lose one. Annulment. What the fuck?
We haven't got anything to disenchant. Let's make some dust.
Off they go. Off they go.
That's crazy. We need one more level, then we're gonna try. Dude, I have 9C. We're gonna try to see if I can get him level 82 bows in Exile. Can't believe I have an annulment. So this is 79. Only cams. Thank you for the prime. Spectral Shields road to start, only cams. Sorry, I didn't see your question earlier. SST.
Good day.
Alright. Like one more map. Everything. Everything is more scarce. I really hope 83 is enough to get item level 82. I think it will be. It'll either be 82 or 81. Might need 84. A bauble. I should get a proper Quicksilver. Oh, actually though? Boom. Need one for that. Oh, nice Bazoom. The outcome is the average plus 2. Average of what? I'm not talking about recombinators, I'm talking about black market. It's also not average plus 2, it's average plus 2 up to total max. You can't do 282 and get 84. We got anything good? Not for this character. At the moment, I am, I put every single bow I can use. So every version of Spine Bow, every version of Imperial Bow, and every version of Thicket Bow on the filter. And I'm transmuting all of them and trying to hit tier 2 Ellie. And then I'm going to try to recombine a triple tier 2 attack speed bow. Because that is not ideal. But it will carry me very, very, very far until I can do tier 16s. So now after this map, I'm going to be high enough level to get item level 82 bow. And that's what I'm going to use all my chaos and scours on to try to hope to get a decent one from that. So I have 2 verticals that I can try to hit something useful there. By the way, why didn't Steel use a Ruby Fust for Exile? Why just life flasks? He had 90 max force with all flasks. Did he actually? Was he using like Rise of the Phoenix or something? Is Zizaran involved with the upcoming Gauntlet? Well, seeing as the Gauntlet is an event ran by me, then yes, of course I'm involved in the event that I run. Like, I'm the one who makes the Gauntlet. He had a +2 max force fire shield? Wow. Never seen Seer. I've never done 16s either. I am the one who gaunts. Also, the source for when the gauntlet is going to be is me. Because I am the one who chooses when the gauntlet is. Because again, it's my event. Maybe I'm misremembering, but didn't GDD used to run it themselves way back? I hate everything, but no, they did not. No. Early gauntlets had no GDD support at all, and we paid for the slots ourselves, and I used roughly $40,000 US to kickstart Path of Exile raising off my own money. What do I want? One more life. Bad life point. But more life is more life. Trying to rewrite history? True. I'm offended. 26th of September is the date. Me and Vyro make the gauntlet. Vyro. Vyro. V-I-I-Ro.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, what the fuck was that desync?
Cub 3T3
Cub.
is firing Ziz's laser, rat jam.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Doo-ba-doo, doo. Doo-ba-doo, doo-ba-doo. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, doo-doo. Where? Model list will be announced as soon as we can. It's not finalized yet. Will there be banned skills this continent? No banned skills this continent. Is the gauntlet like a private league? Well, it's a now GDD endorsed bigger private league that you don't need to sign up for. They're forcibly in the gauntlet. No requirements for gyms.
This way. Exile.
Don't let it make a mess.
I don't really need this one. I guess that's alright. So it would be like a Ruthless Plus event? No, it has nothing to do with Ruthless at all. It is not in any way, shape, or form tied to Ruthless. Nor will it probably ever be. Yeah, GDD used to run their own events long time ago. Alright. We're gonna try to see if we can actually get item level 82 now, chat. Fuck me wish. 26 September.
Hello, hello. Well.
Fuck! Is there any variable? It is! And that's an Imperial bow. Buy a few more.
Oh. It's all about marketing.
Highborn, but too low level.
Good luck to you. Please do try to keep the workers alive. We hold ourselves to certain standards. Oh. Oh.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Highborn, but 81.
Happy hunting. Oh? What have you...
Handle it wisely.
Damn.
Happy hunting.
And that has Dex. Okay, let's try to combine these.
What was I doing again? But the angular momentum.
Fuck. I don't have enough money to combine another one. What would the average of these be? No, that'd be 80. Alright, we need to grab more gold. Because I can't use an Imperial, really. Fair back on toilet. That's annoying. Oh. Right, let's go for more gold. Need more gold. Alright, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Still getting things ready for Gauntlet and stuff. Why is he only getting magic items? This is Ruthless. We have one more attempt with the recombinators. Kind of sucks. This is not even the actual perfect base, but like it is good enough. I don't like even have the gem to go crit, so it's good enough. Are you genuinely enjoying Ruthless so far? I was enjoying it more on the other character. This is more damage, but I'm so scared of dying. So it just feels very inevitable that I'm gonna fall over. Like the other character, I basically never took damage. And then obviously I got one shot in Delve. But even against that ability, that character that died is roughly 4 times tankier against the thing that killed it. So this character is just going to fall over to like so much more stuff, so that's like a little demotivating. The only thing that's keeping me alive is like high damage. Yeah, I play ads when I go AFK. So that people don't get interrupted. Yep. How do you fix defense? Rear guard. Like the two big things I want right now is Replica Spore Guard or whatever the boots are called. Stampede. Replica Stampede. Because that's 80% more damage, literally. Isn't that crazy? And then I want what do you call it? Rear guard. So I got the to be fair, this is accidentally, but I got a replica perfect for him. Reckless defense. Do I? I did not watch the Ziggy interview, no. I kind of should, though. I kind of should. I just haven't had time to watch it off stream, so I would like... I could watch it on stream. How long is it? Razor sharp and vicious. This is a good weapon. 34 minutes? Oh. Maybe we should watch it. Do it during a food break? I'd rather watch it outside of a food break so I can like upload it like a react kind of thing. React really hard. Let's see. I want to get a recombinator first. 34 minutes, not too bad. I'll watch it in a bit. I do want to watch it.
I must have time to gather my will.
Give my hottest reactions. Oh, nice. Taylor Swift background music. I think I have another stream open. I'm listening to Sabaton. I do love Taylor Swift, though. Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah. Whoops. I was like, what am I doing? Wait, what am I doing? Wait. Did I just kill myself? Let's run away from that. Oh god. I actually almost killed myself. I wasn't paying attention. That was a close one. No, I'm not supposed to. I was just spacing out. That was literal suicide. Is even somebody unique? That was like, I'm bored of my character. I don't know, I was just like completely spaced out. If you were running your SST build on Ruthless, which 2 ascendancy points would you not choose? Oh, are you doing like some sort of like legacy Ruthless mode where you're not allowed all the 8 points? I don't know. Lucky Block, I guess. Why wouldn't you just take 8 though, now that Ruthless finally has all 8? Like, do you think Ruthless is too easy or something? Crazy. Oh, nice, Delrock. Yes, sir. Sure does. If not, my Gladiator wouldn't have been able to have 8 points if it didn't have 8 points. Nah, I'm not even in tier 16s. Too hard.
I must have time to gather.
Well, Gladiator does not have less power than normal. It's kind of crazy. Brother? Jesus. The only thing that changed is like the overtime ramping node. To the devs, playtest Ruthless mode too. So Ruthless is more like a hobby project for Chris and Frishi. So like they played as like what they play on their time off, but it's not like an officially like maintained mode. It's not something they put a lot of dev time into. That's why you'll always see like the changes are mostly number changes and something one of them can do in an afternoon. Like, it's literally just something that exists because they enjoy playing the game themselves off stream. Alright. Gladiator SST is like a no-brainer to follow, it's so strong. Ghosted Spider Forest. Excellent. Off stream, I mean off work. You know what? I have streamer brain chat. I can't turn it off. Well, Ruthless can rub one thing you can't get in a normal game. You can get something called an Eternal Orb in Ruthless. Only streamers are real. We're all AI. My wife wants to watch some sort of AI movie. I can't remember what it's called. It's in the cinema at the moment. I don't know if it's good. What does it do? Eternal Orb? It creates like a save game of an item. So you can exalt it, and then if you don't like it, you can go back. But you could also exalt annul, you break the item, and then go back. Can't vol it though. See you later, Danny. Next thing, I usually do one per league. To be fair, I should be doing a lot more stalling content. Like, I should be doing things like rating my viewers' items and stuff. I might do that, actually. Will your kid take over the channel in the future? Well, I hope that my children don't become content creators. Like, I will support them if that's what they want to do, but I hope that they don't.
I must have time to gather my will.
Why? I think it's a very hard job to be happy in. Because you tie your self-worth to your view count. The psychology bills are huge. Has a lot of downsides. You're not happy? I am. Well, actually, right now I'm in a bit of a funk, but yeah, in general, I'm very happy. But it's just like a weird middle period between Gauntlet and like Variety. But a lot of streamers really struggle. And like, pretty much like most streamers tie their entire self-worth to their view count. And couple that with the fact that most, a very large percentage of streamers don't really have anything outside of streaming. Like they don't have like a life or a family or anything like that. So then like the only thing in their life is their view count. I mean, that happens in every job. Your self-worth is valued in terms of how you produce. In every job, your value as a human is not tied to a number in the same way. Yeah, 26th of September. And like, if you're having a bad day, okay, a good analogy, right? If you're an electrician or a plumber, if you're in a bit of a bad mood one day, let's say that you're in a funk for a week or a month, and you're just like not able to be like happy and entertaining, your paycheck doesn't get cut in half. Right? That is hopefully a good analogy. There's stuff like that. I don't need Legion. Like, it's really weird because usually I have lots of off-stream games I want to play, but right now there's like nothing I really want to play. I kind of think it was Satisfactory though. I'm kind of tempted. No, but an artist is a lot more similar to being a streamer. You're working in the entertainment industry? Yes. That's why I did that analogy. An artist is very similar to being a streamer. Yeah, I finished Calamity. But like, I don't know. It's a very... You really need to be like... You need to be a special type of person to be able to mesh well with streaming. Like there is a good reason for why you've over the last year seen a lot of streamers that are at the point where they're making $50,000 to $100,000 of streaming and they've still quit in favor of a lower paying normal job. Like, you've seen like several larger PoE streamers quit from like volatility and stuff. So you can have like a lot of downsides. For me, it's like mostly positives, but I don't think it is for most people. Well, I know it isn't for most people. When you're saying you're looking forward to streaming, that's good? Yeah. Like, for example, actually, I'm still playing Ruthless off stream right now because I don't really know what to play. But it's really funny. Like, very often when I'm talking to other streamers, especially from some other games, when we're in a voice call, they'll be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm playing PoE. And they're like, oh, shit, I didn't know you were streaming. And I'm like, I'm not. And they're like, wait, you're playing PoE off stream? And I'm like, yes. Whereas, like, you see like very, very heavy burnout of a lot of streamers on their main game. I love us. Thanks, Shakira. Wait, keep your chin up. I've been baited by your starters a few times and I still feel like jumping into this stream. What? Can you be specific? What starter did you feel baited by? Because like any build of mine that you have an issue with, you can get help with. There's literally, we have not posted bait in like 7 years. The only guide that was bad in the last 7 years was Explosive Iron, like 2.6. Other than that, every guide has been really good. Like there's literally zero bait. I would literally let you kill me in real life if one of my guides were bait in the last year. That's how confident I am. Cracklands? Cracklands was not bait. Why would Cracklands be bait? So on Cracklands, I opened the video with saying we don't know how strong Cracklands is going to be. If Cracklands isn't very good, we're having a path of building for Arc so that you can easily switch to that because there's always a huge risk taking a new skill gem. So please explain how that makes it bait.
I must have time to gather.
I know, but I look at starters for a day before the league and I'm a very solo-minded person. But like... But literally none of my guides for like the last 6 or 7 years were bait. The only guide that has been bad was one explosive arrow guide that me, Rise, and Methel recommended because the numbers looked insane. And it ended up being really, really bad because it was basically miscalculated. And because of that guide, it's changed how we done guides from the Nun. Like, there's literally not a single bad guide. Like, we're so careful. Imagine calling Sis's guide a bait? Yeah. Like, they just aren't. They aren't bait. There's literally zero bait in any of my guides. They're very carefully tailor-made for new players. You can still fuck it up, but literally every single guide that I have on my YouTube channel, we can help you be successful with. Is this a chatter on YouTube? Yeah. It's just in my filter stuff. Like, it's a drop, so you can like edit it in on Filter Blade. You can just search for golden. Shouldn't need any Ember. As a league starter, should be fine for the first like 4 Void Stones. $10 challenge or something. A big issue with that. I think I did do that one time. But but the problem was that all the items skyrocketed so much in price. I feel like the YouTube chat is more cancerous than the Twitch chat. It is. I don't know why. I think I just tried Toxic Rain. I didn't enjoy it at all, but this was something back in Nika Calandra. Right, but if you were to come here and ask, like, hey, I'm struggling with the build, what could I be making as a mistake? Toxic Rain and Calandra was one of the strongest League starter. Yeah, Gladiator was way stronger. I wish I'd reroll the same build. Which I say in the video that you can do.
What was I doing again?
Because, like, that's a problem something you've done that we can fix. Every build became 40D plus? Yeah, it's rough. Okay, please go to Imperial Bow. I mean, Highborn Bow. Hey! We have an 82 Highborn Bow. That'll do. Okay, let's sink all our currency into this. I appreciate the vibe in this one, but I spend my free time gaming. This is the first time I see one of your streams come up. Also, I'm watching because of my work. That's why I started streaming on YouTube, so people can watch from work. Here, I can keep that for item level purposes. I hope we get a good bow.
Hello.
But like literally, Toxic Rain has never been bait. We even like didn't recommend it this league because it got nerfed so much that we didn't want to recommend it. We're very, very careful about our league starters, especially with like the actual labeling on the builds. So like we will make builds that are bad, but they usually have a warning at the start saying like this is a very experimental build. This isn't something I would recommend doing, but if you were going to do it, this is what I would do. Because people are still going to want to try weird and bad stuff, so I'd rather give them some info on what I would do. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, I've had tinctures. Like Falling Zombies. Falling Zombies ended up being dog shit, and that had like multiple warnings at start.
Off they go. They're on their way.
Not even interested in EFT this way? No. I've heard so many bad things. Every time I see one of those gems in lab saying review, yeah. Kinda said it wasn't any good? Me too. Somebody did manage to make like a really weird version work by the end of the league though. I can't remember what they did. Was it cast on cast? No, I don't remember. That's a crew that I only sent with one crew member and it died on the way there.
Thinking about just now.
Cast on channeling or something. It was a loop build? That was it. I don't know if I would go Glancing Blows, but I do want to use Rear Guard badly. It's like, oh shit. Alright, chat, we are going to blow all our currency on this. Please be good. Close. No. 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 Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 9 with some attack speed. That is an upgrade. I might use it. It might be good enough. In 324, you said your Rank Mage guide was for more veteran players, which I avoided. In 325, you said your Rank Mage was made for League Start. I tried it, still had loads to learn, was able to get 4 Void Stones in my best progress ever. Good. Yeah, sorry, I'm just like, I'm very, very anal about like none of my guides being bait. Like the number one, like I don't care about people watching one of my guides and getting like baited. I want literally people, my goal is that every single person that follows one of my build guides should be so happy with it that they want to recommend it to other players. That's like the main goal. Dude, that's crazy damage already. Because I want everybody to follow my build guides. Wait, I don't get it. Why does prismatic clones do so much damage? Wait, what? Wait, does bombarding arrows only count one arrow? So if 3 arrows hit, it does 300,000 DPS? I'm so confused. Oh, nice. That's awesome. It calculates the LE wrong. Okay, let's like just ignore. We'll just put 1. Hello, Artanis. Alright, let's see the damage increase. Is it really not that much more? This is without the enchant. It is not that much more. Maybe we keep rolling. Maybe we need 2 LE to beat it. Yeah, that's the problem. It's basically just an attack speed diff. I don't think it's good enough to switch. It's like 12% more damage. Okay, please. No. Oh. That's double. Tier 3 and Tier 5 lightning. That might be better. Plus we can have the enchant. So from 300,000 to 360. Wait, the other one was actually better? Because of the attack speed. How is the other one better? Is this the fizz? Wait, I don't understand the math here. This one, like, it has higher... It has 100 higher PDPS, but this is a 100 higher elemental. What's the conversion on bombarding clones? Converts all physical damage. Okay, let me turn off prismatic clones entirely. 159. Man, they're virtually the same still. Why are your resistances not capped? They are in-game. They aren't counting Illyria. Okay, so it's still a very, very minuscule upgrade.
Maybe if
I literally will keep going then. Tier 3 and Tier 6. I need to go get more alks. This is rough. I was hoping I would hit something better. Why not 20 quality on the bow? Why would I wait? Why would I not just wait till I'm done crafting? Ivory bow.
Hello.
Yeah, I really want high attack speed.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
I don't have hatred. I'm just curious what POB says about a pure fizz bow. No, it's actually that is quite bad. +2. My god, please. Tier 2 cold, Tier 5 lightning. No attack speed. Okay, literally the same as the other 3 I had. I think we just use this. Let's do an enchant then. I have this node, 100% cooldown rate, and then I have 20 quality on the gem. Can I get 5? Maybe I should just settle for 4. Oh, nice. Kind of unlikely to hit 3 blue on it. Yeah. Oh, but I can't use 3 blue now. Shiny blue support gem I want? No. Any types? Start a gladiator. I only need 1 blue, really. And then a 4-link. Yeah, gladiator is definitely like the way to go. It's so strong because the ascendancy is basically fully powered. Okay. We didn't need the dex. Okay. River. What am I most likely to get for my actual endgame bow? Probably most likely to get 55 sun, right? What do I have right now? Can I sell downwards? I have a lot of bound. Oh, maybe I use bound for the lightning one. And then we go for sun, because sun is more common.
All in a day's work.
Okay, from the bow I had now. Okay, I gain like decent damage. Decent damage. I don't know. We'll just save up gold. Do you have minion damage enchant? I don't think that's anywhere near as much as the flat. What about making a jug? Nah, I wouldn't have any damage at all. This is hardcore, solo self on Ruthless? Yeah.
I must have time to gather.
I would probably use the Solaris Pantheon for crit immune for multi-hits. Ruthless Jug is the worst? Right. Yeah, I don't even know what it gives. I just know Gladiator's super strong. Honestly, my damage should be pretty crazy now. I might be even more damage than Steel already. I just don't have any survival. I get so much damage from my... I really wish I had high attack speed on the bow. Ha 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 ha. Brother. Hey Shadow, how you doing today? Essences are that rare that you can't just YOLO sum a few and get an easy upgrade? Well, so far in like the 60 hours I've played Ruthless, I've found 0 essences. And you mostly only found like weeping. So it'd probably take 200 or 300 hours to get one deafening with all the essence nodes back. To give you an idea. Does Harvest exist in Ruthless? Yes, but the only thing you can use it for is like swap catalysts and stuff like that. Betrayal, I do kind of want to try, but you only have 8 seconds. But yeah, I am very fast at crafting, so I do want to try. So I am trying to get Coffin Transport. Or... I don't know, Fortification might be essence. Yeah, 8 seconds to craft. $96, nice. To be fair, even in softcore, I haven't found a single deafening. Sure, but that's because you don't know how to farm them. You can farm like probably like 200 deafenings an hour in softcore. Best profitable way to set points in the Atlas depends what you're doing and what league you want to play on. On softcore, I have no idea. On hardcore, like essence farming is really crazy. I think this is with every league though. Essence is insane.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, Incursion and Ritual seem to be the two best mechanics of Mythos. How you doing, Goblin? Right, I think I'm gonna play ads while we're wrapping up this boss, and then after, I want to watch the PoE 2 interview with Ziggity. G'day, mate, Ziggity. Yeah, they exist in the normal game too. Oof. I really don't want multi-brush.
Long dead.
Slay the monster trapped in an essence. But the problem is you get weeping. Yeah, Crypt doesn't play hardcore, Tonis. Play softcore. I'll be right back. Did anyone have a link to the G'day Mate ZD here video? If anyone has the G'day Mate ZD here video. How about our Chancellors and Ruthless? They're just the same as normal. They're rare, but...
Who's that?
Alright, I had no gold. Okay, I kind of want to watch this. We're actually going to react super hard, chat.
When you make a new...
Is 30 million damage enough for tier 17s? Yeah. Let's see. All right. All right. Hi, Zizaran here. I am going to react. We have Path of Exile 2 coming out in November 15th, and Ziggy has a really good, I've heard, interview with the devs. So I really want to see this, and we're going to talk about it. I'll be stopping and pausing throughout, so if you just want to watch the actual original video without interruption, go watch that. But I'm going to be discussing the video and actually talking about it. So, the react video. Here are my hottest reactions and the best takes.
When you make a new archetype like that, it often comes with new mechanics, and melee
Like
mechanics when you add them, like for example when we added block, the way that worked, suddenly then require a bunch of monster work as well, because the monsters have to be able to deal with that, so they are hard to add.
I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. I'm expecting another, half dozen to dozen full reiterations on every single monster and boss.
Redo every boss, please.
Yep.
When those other classes are ready for prime time, yes, it'll come with another set of boss challenges and things that we have to deal with that. But yeah, you really do need to do that to make the classes work. And look, this is even true for stuff that isn't melee, right? Like, when we did all that stuff for summoners, that was also like a whole boss rework. So almost any class you add, it's a whole boss rework again, because like if the class is unique enough to actually be different, then it implies that it's unique enough for it to be different with regard to what the boss has to do to respond to it as well.
Yeah.
So
it was the same with range, same with cast while moving, right? Like all of a sudden now every single ranged boss, as long as you're just moving, nothing will hit you. So change to AI, change to how some of the tracking works, change to projectile speeds, all kinds, everything. Every single thing to do with the character class changes, and we have to do the rest. And you could argue there's an ideal world where it's like make all the character classes, then make the monsters, but they feed into each other. And so you do have to be making them in parallel, and you do have to pay the cost of when you change one thing, you're going to have to change everything else. And I suspect that is ultimately where a lot of games...
Volume, please? Is it quiet for you? Is this intensity slow, played on Ruthless, or is that the normal speed of the game? So all the stuff they've showed so far for PoE 2 is in the campaign. So it's been really, really slow. Okay, with the volume, I had to disable auto compression on my side, right? But yeah, so it is definitely slower. It's faster than Ruthless from what I've played so far. But like a lot of people are comparing endgame PoE 1 to like campaign PoE 2, which obviously is bad.
Kind of maybe aren't willing to put in that grind. It is speculative, but I could see, because it is a absolute ton of work. Like, it's crazy.
It makes it, I think in general our studio takes more risks Like we're more willing to make a fundamental change and then explore all the the repercussions of that. And that's true both for Path of Exile 2's development, where we've done this kind of stuff and it's had a lot of repercussions and honestly slowed down the release schedule. Like WASD certainly delayed
I think that's worth it
Path
though.
of Exile 2 for sure.
WSD
also in PoE 1.
WSD has been the best change. Like the best change. Like I thought I was gonna hate it, but it's so good
as well, where we're we make big changes and we sort of on some level have to see what happens and respond to that. But it makes for much more interesting releases, and we get all the time the question of, how do you release so much content? How do you make how are your expansions so big? And well, the answer is to that, we take risks.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to take risks, then you will get a much smaller end result.
Yeah, you have to be willing to redesign every boss again for the fifth time.
And it's pretty easy for a lot. Not that we don't really have it here, but it's very easy for people to get lost in let's have 100 hours worth of meetings discussing this change before even committing to it. We're just like, let's go, let's do it.
Yep.
Let's just
see
what happens.
Make a change, see what happens. We can always revert it. There's been plenty of things as well that we've made changes to, and then we've changed back to how
That's good to hear.
PoE1 did it. There's been all sorts of stuff like that as well. And it's funny as well. It's like you'll make a change that's to fix a PoE1, a problem that PoE1 had, and then you'll realize that the problems that it causes are worse than the problems that PoE1's thing had, so we just change it back again. So that's happened more than a few times, that's a learning experience.
I mean, to be fair, I don't always love the leagues they've done, but I love even the leagues that I hated, like Calandra and Graveyard and stuff like that. I've loved that they've done it because of those risks. We end up getting really cool leagues like this league. This league is sick
as well.
Of course, we have gone back to monsters giving flask charges, so that you do get flasks back. It's not as much as PoE1, but
so reduced for regular monsters.
Still does it.
Right. So the intention basically was that at some point we just said, okay, right, there's two ways we can go with this. We were like, okay, we could solve the flask problem by removing town portals. It might seem a bit weird, but it's effectively we were saying we could go that way, where it's you're actually expected to conserve your flasks and use them sparingly, and then but you can't go back to town. So, or rather, if you do go back to town, you can't go back to exactly where you came back from. Or we can just say, okay, because if we're not doing that, that means that we are effectively saying that you shouldn't have to run out of flasks during regular gameplay, because that is not a reason. It doesn't feel good to just go to town and come back again just for that.
Yeah, there's no advantage to that gameplay.
Exactly. So effectively, we decided to go back to more what PoE1 had, where the expectation is that if your flasks are correctly sized to your character, and your skills are not outrageously costed and things like that, if you're playing normally, you shouldn't be running out of flasks generally, or at least it's very rare to do so. So generally speaking, with the balance.
From what I've played from PoE2 so far, flasks should regenerate slowly, always. I don't know whether it's literally one flask charge every 5 seconds or one flask charge every 10 seconds, but they really should. They really should. That's the number one takeaway, and we've talking a lot about it with me and everybody else who's played it. And that would actually be huge. I thought we should only gain faster when killing mobs. It depends. There are loads of ways. So I played a ranger, so I had flask charge gain passively, and that felt really good. Not having it feels really bad.
We're trying to achieve is you don't have to go back to town just for flasks, except maybe once in a blue moon because of some special situation that might happen.
Yeah, so if you're obliterating your flasks,
plus you encourage slower gameplay then, which is what they want to.
Wrong. You need to evaluate.
Exactly.
There's one other pretty important axis there, which is that the number of checkpoints in an area is quite a lot higher than it used to be. So it was often that you'd enter the area, then there's one for the boss, and that's it. Now you're often probably getting 3, sometimes even more in an area, because it isn't really enjoyable. If like maybe dying once and having to re-clear an area because you never got to the boss isn't too bad, but if you're the kind of player that dies a few times, it can get pretty taxing having to re-clear an entire area. So yeah, we've made sure there's a lot more checkpoints going on, which obviously gives you back all your flask charges as well,
a lot of checkpoints,
which is helping definitely a lot.
And generally speaking, there'll be about 3 and like for example, if we've got any kind of like multi-story areas, there'll generally be a checkpoint between each story. If we've got any time there's some kind of like point of interest, we generally put a checkpoint there, like if there's something to find or do there. Like we're making sure that generally speaking, any kind of quest objective that you're doing through the area, there'll be a checkpoint before and after each boss fight and things like that. Like there's a lot more of that because death is supposed to be something that actually happens to you in PoE 2, and so therefore we need to make the penalty for that like very low, like very minimal compared to what we did in the past.
Yeah, we're gonna kill you,
man. It really does sound more and more like they are going for Dark Souls, where like obviously like my approach is going to be I'm going to be playing the early access on softcore and trying to learn the game, but it actually might be to the point where it's almost as hard as like doing a Dark Souls no-hit run. Almost not that hard obviously, but like it does sound like it's going to be similar difficulty to doing Dark Souls on hardcore.
But we're going to make it fun, not like a...
You need to get back in the action very quickly.
Not a massive groan.
Exactly. And I mean, the thing in the end as well that I think clinched it with the flasks is Chris said to me, the reason you should be going back to town is because you're excited to ID your items, not because you've run out of flask charges.
Good.
So
That makes sense.
That was the kind of moment of like, all right.
You've got to try these things
yeah.
so that you can better understand what it is that makes it important. Well, talking on changes that you're experimenting with, you mentioned that you think that maybe leveling skills isn't what you should do normally, like through XP.
Yes, so we've changed now the system. I'm actually really happy with this change. So there was always this thing in PoE 1 where the question would always come up, why do I have to manually level my skills? And there were reasons for that, which obviously don't matter anymore. But effectively, the question we should have been asking was not so much like having to defend like why that was needed or talking about whether or not we need auto leveling, all that sort of stuff. What we should have been asking is, well, why, if leveling a skill... if this is being asked, that would imply that leveling a skill was not fun. And if leveling a skill isn't fun, what should we be doing to make leveling a skill fun? And then I asked myself, I went right back to D2 and I was like, well, why was getting a skill point in D2 like a good experience and feeling like that maddening, like, oh yeah, and there's another skill point, I'm going to allocate it, like why was that fun? And the answer was simply that there was choice. So we realized that like getting skill levels needs to be a thing that has choice involved in it. So what we decided to do is make it so that we already had the system of uncut skill gems where when you find you don't just find a random skill gem or even get offered them as quest rewards in the same way anymore. You have an uncut skill that lets you pick what skill you get, and so you've got a more traditional looking skill screen there. And we already had an issue of like, well, what do I do with extra uncut skill gems once I've already got all the skills that I need? And it turns out that it is actually making the change so that using an uncut skill gem a given tier will level up an existing skill to that tier, to that level. Was a change that meant that suddenly you open the skill screen like, do I pick a new skill? Do I level up an old skill? It also means that getting more uncut skill gems, like you get more of those things. It feels more important. Like getting a skill to level 20 is now not something that can happen. Like you have to actually get high level content to get level 20 uncut gems to be able to level something.
Finding a specific thing.
Yeah, exactly. You're finding a specific thing. It's made the whole thing way more fun in my opinion. But the other thing it also does, which I think was not something I expected before we did it, but then I realized after we did it that it was cool, was that having you now have a situation where some skills are under-leveled and some skills can be over-leveled, and it's like you have to think about, okay, what skill do I want to do this, like what skill can I kind of let lag behind a little bit, and what skill and how long do I let it go before I need to catch this thing up.
The only thing that could end up being a worry there is if you choose the wrong skill. Like this depends a little bit on balance, but what if you really, really hate the skill? What's your alternative? You will be able to trade for them, I assume. But let's say that I'm you know what, I want to keep leveling this, and you're like, I've changed my mind now. That might be a little rough. It's the only issue I see with that. But I still think it's a really good solution. I do like it.
Due to the fact that certain combos and skills that damn it, I forgot the name of the skill again. The one where you respond to a stunned enemy.
Bone Shatter.
Yeah, Bone Shatter, damn it. Because Bone Shatter does a lot of damage when you land it, you actually don't necessarily need to level that one up because you're already kind of overkilling stuff with it a lot of the time. So you're like, oh, I can actually let that one languish. I actually want to be increasing, my double slam. And then now once Bone Shatter is like 3 levels out of date, you're like, man, no, I need to level that up. So like, there's actually quite a lot of things. And so it actually made it much more interesting, that leveling up process. And it actually allowed us also to change where the new skills were coming in a little bit, because there was a lot more interest around which ones you're leveling up. And it even, I think, there was some interest around the support gems as well, and how that interacts with the whole thing. So I'm very happy with this change, and to me it was.
I really, really, really hope that like soon we see a little bit more like endgame. I want to see, like, I think something that would either make or break the game would be like, just show us that, like, even tier 3 map character, like level 70, level 75 character, just show us like what is the pace of like the early endgame. Because like right now when we're just being shown like early campaign, it does look like, I definitely understand the crowd that think it looks painfully slow. So I hope they show that, because it looks really cool, but it's also like there's only so much leveling content I can see and be excited about. So I'm curious to see more like endgame.
It felt like we out of nowhere and very easily suddenly had a whole character progression system out of nowhere that we previously didn't have before somehow. And as soon as he did it, it was just a great change.
That was just like, the game's now just 50% better.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere. It was where did this even come from? We never even thought about changing, like how gems level up. And this is why it's been so important to question all of the fundamentals.
Right. Yeah. And it's funny because the actual work to do that change is like so minor.
Yeah.
And yet like it just had such a big impact.
Oh yeah, I just got all this bonus game for free.
Something like that.
That cost me nothing to do.
It did have one ramification that we had to account for, which comes into play with all the like random things you're finding throughout the world, which is that because leveling up gems is then RNG based, you could get extremely unlucky. All of a sudden your gems are way under leveled. So that's where a lot of all those special features are giving
like hard-coded drops, hard-coded
skill gems, uncut gems.
That rare monster hiding in a house somewhere that will always give you an uncut gem.
Exactly.
Those are there to ensure your baseline.
Exactly.
With this skill.
That bell looks cool.
Yeah. So
the other cool thing is it can skip. So like if you fight, so let's say it is a very under-leveled, and you've got a tier 4 skill, and you want to, you're at the point where you're finding, say, tier 8 skills. If you use a tier 8 gem, you can level it from 4 straight to 8. So it doesn't have to go 4, then to 5, then to 6, then to 7 every time.
Big power satisfying.
But I'm also so worried, like looking at the drops and like playing with the drops. Like I did feel when I was playing it that I got more rares and stuff than Ruthless, but it is still more towards Ruthless.
Power spikes.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is that initially when we were talking about this, there was the concern about it with the somber smithing stones or whatever from Elden Ring. Like that was like a whole thing where like sometimes you'd have annoying situations where you wouldn't have one of the ones in the progression up because of the fact you can skip all the way up. It actually means that it's fine. Like as soon as you find a high level one, you just go straight there.
I can't go to level 10 because I don't have a level 7.
Right, exactly. So you don't have that kind of problem. You just go straight up, and so that was really important to know to do correctly. It's been a really great change.
Absolutely incredible change, like out of nowhere as well. It was just like, oh my god,
this game sound keen on it. I need to try it out.
Evolved everything. I was like, holy.
I need to try this out. Do you feel like it has the same impact on support gems that's doing that too?
Well, the thing with support gems that so support gems don't have levels in PoE 2, so they don't do that. So the thing with the support gems, of course, is the way that we now have that recommendation system, and that I think has been a bit of a game changer.
I played around with that.
So you have seen a bit of it, but you haven't had as much of it as you should have because now there's a lot more support gems working. There's a lot more of them. Like there was a pretty minimal number in the build that you were playing. The build we have now, obviously we're starting to fill that out. The goal is to have have the other interesting thing with the recommendation system as well that I didn't expect is that because we're forced to find 9 recommendations that are actually good for every skill,
you have to make sure that
we actually have to make sure that they exist, right? And so that means that that it's actually forced us to do a lot more innovation with regard to what support gems exist as well. And then that was another one of those ones which another change that was made, which is in the build that you're doing, is that you and this is actually one that I think will probably be sound controversial to PoE 1 players, but is actually really important, is the one support you can only have one of each support gem type on your entire character. So if you have GMP, then
I am terrified of this change. I don't like the fact that you can only use one GMP. Like that is something I'm terrified of. I hope it ends up being amazing. I hope it ends up being great, but it sounds very anti Path of Exile. It's like, oh, I can't use GMP here because I'm using it here. Like, that doesn't sound good.
GMP is going on one skill and it cannot go on any others. Now there's still LMP, of course, so you can still have 2 multiple projectiles things. And of course there's all the other various things like PS and chain and all those other things. So it's not like you don't have the ability to to multiply your projectiles in other ways.
It's which skill you're making, the one that shoots lots of arrows.
And that results in all sorts of interesting questions about there's all sorts of build choices there. Like it actually opened up a huge amount of questions about, like what does this go on, what is it best on? That I think was a really huge change as well.
You've got enough support gems now probably to mess around with an idea like this.
But the funny thing as well about it was that before we did that change, we were actually having a hell of a time designing support gems for PoE 2. And the reason is because there are so many slots on your character for support gems to go on, so you've got so many skills. We had this philosophy is we don't just want you to take GMP and put it on everything. We don't just want you to take so every single support gem we were trying to say okay, how can we design this so you only put it on 1 or 2 skills? And it was actually handcuffing us. And in that first LA build you played, part of the reason why support gems felt so crappy was because all that design constraint was really preventing us from making the support gems interesting. Like you never felt like you put a support gem and felt more powerful. And the reason why is because the design was always like, oh, well, if we make a support gem that you just put it on and you get like 30% damage, then it means that you're just going to put it on every skill. Yeah. And so then at some point we were like, well, hang on, if our design goal is that you only use each support gem once per character, then why don't we just
To be fair, like I do see the point that support gems in PoE can end up being a little bit samey, and you just look for what gives the most damage. So maybe it will be a good thing. I'm still worried about it, but I mean, I'm open to it being a good thing.
Add that restriction as an actual just like hard-coded thing, and then all of a sudden we're like, well shit, now support gems can just make your character 20-30% better, not your character but your that skill 20-30% better, and we can also reintroduce a ton of PoE 1 supports that are like fan favorites again, just like put them all in there, and they all just work again and under the system. We can have just like melee physical damage and stuff like that. It's like you only get to put it on one skill, so you have to pick like what is the one that's going to get that, and all of that stuff now becomes viable. And so it suddenly just opened up a huge amount of stuff, and even other stuff that we wouldn't have even been able to do in PoE 1 suddenly works as well. So it's like it's suddenly opened up a huge amount of that stuff, and so we're having a lot of fun.
I do
right
like
now,
the bossing
designing
focus.
a lot more supports, trying to come up with things that will work for those really hard to support skills. That can be a thing as well. So that's been a huge amount of fun and a lot more interesting design coming out too.
Sounds like a good case for when limitation can actually make something more interesting.
Absolutely, and once again, hard decision to make. We're so worried about having artificial restrictions because like people hate artificial feeling restrictions. Yep. But in this case, it's one that has worked really well.
Excellent. Again, 10 out of 10 change. 100%. Just made everything so much better, and is going to result in the support gems being so much more interesting and meaningful as a result. For sure, it's already heading in that direction.
It sounds like you've taken a bit of a windy road here with Path of Exile 2's skill system and what it all means and what you're doing with it here. And it sounds like you're kind of starting to really home in on.
I think so.
What feels really good. You guys both seem very.
I really hope. I trust them. I do. They made a really, really wonderful game, but I am fucking terrified. I am fucking terrified. I'm gonna miss sockets now though. Well, you still have sockets, just not on your gear. So it's okay. I don't think we'll miss that too much. That I think is a very good change. I'm scared, dude. I'm optimistically scared.
Enthusiastic about both those changes.
Sure. For sure. I mean, there's another one. It's funny, like that we stumbled into recently as well, because requirements for support gems have always been a tricky one. Like requirements in PoE1 have effectively not mattered very much for a very long time, and we kind of wanted them to matter. So the way that support gem requirements work now, not in the build you're playing, but the way they work now is that when you add a support gem, it adds +5 attributes of the color of that support gem globally to your character. If you want to put a green support gem on, you'll just need 5 more decks than what you have right now. You'll just need 5 more decks to do it. And so what that means is that you're always 1 passive point away from being able to equip whatever color of support gem that you want. But then at the same time, if you do want to have a strength character that's full of green gems, you are going to need a very significant amount of decks to be able to do that, because every time you but still, it's always the case that you're always just 1 passive point away from doing it. And so that's actually been a game changer as well, as far as the feeling of being able to progress and the feeling of being able to use like the type of support gems you want to use, while still kind of having that more global requirement of like, okay, if you actually just want to trick yourself out with green gems, you're going to have to be a dex character to be able to do that. I really like that change as well, and it's something that has really improved the feel of supports too.
Yeah, so you feel like you've hit on something there that actually makes requirements do something interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
And with the changes to stats, it sounds like a trade-off. It's much more something you have to consider now as well. Like
absolutely.
Losing 5 strength,
you think that
15 life.
This loot alone already looks like way better than Ruthless, right? Like actual multiple rares.
Absolutely.
Attributes on gear become a lot better when all of a sudden your 15 dexterity on your ring equals I can now use 3 more support gems. It makes it way more understandable for users who are like, I need to be able to equip this. Again, it's the same thing I was saying earlier about the life or difficulty. You want things to be 1 level away to get
like
incremental improvement.
Exactly.
And if it's like, I need an extra 40 dex to use this, and you're like...
See, one thing with Ritual that's a bit weird, notice how there's no reward. Like, you just do the rituals.
Sweet, 8 more levels to go, and then I can finally do this. It's so demoralizing, and you don't feel excited about that thing anymore. And by the time you get there, you're not even like, feeling so satisfied.
It sounds like that can make even small
maybe they're tied to the last
feel
reward,
like they're doing something in that case as well when you're doing that.
We've really tried to make the attributes now like solve your problems. So if you don't have enough mana, it's not like I have to travel. I don't have to wait 8 levels of traveling through the tree to get to some mana. It's like the next level I can get more impactful mana. The next level I can get more impactful life. Like using strength and intelligence as those 2 things. That. It's very important you can immediately solve your problem, as opposed to like, I'm going to solve it in 8 levels because, which is again the PoE 1 situation where you can certainly be like, I need more life, and it isn't always available for you to just upgrade your gear immediately. That takes farming and time and whatnot. And so if you can't just immediately get more life, or more defense or more whatever, it can feel very, very bad, and it can actually cause people to lose interest and stop playing like quite quickly, because they feel like there's nothing they can do.
And in addition to that, because now we have the ability to, any attribute node can be strength. It means that anyone at any time can solve that kind of problem immediately.
That is very cool.
Mana, by getting intelligence, because we buffed that as well. I don't remember the number now. But effectively, it's like these 2 problems are now solvable for you immediately. And then the same is true with accuracy. If you do, accuracy has been changed to be a thing that matters much more for range. But if you do have an ability to hit monsters, you can immediately solve that problem in your next level without having to, travel somewhere else, like find it on the tree, all that stuff. And like these 3 things are 3 fundamental things that you need to be able to solve about your character at any time. And if you don't solve them right now, then it sucks. So that's what attributes are good for that, and the new system of being able to pick the attributes is good for that. So just as a random QL feature that we did in advance, you can swap them without having to respec all the way back there. Like you can swap which attribute they are. So that's actually really handy. It's actually really handy when you're reconfiguring what supports you're using to be able to change those out.
Does that cost a respec?
It costs a bit of gold, but the cost of it is cheaper than a respec of changing a node.
That's good.
So that means that
it's a bit more flexible. That is.
Yeah.
That's handy.
You know, since the first time you played as well, I don't know if you noticed the item game was quite different than what we had on that first on that first LA demo we did. So you should have been getting a lot more items generally. You know, a lot more opportunities, more currency for sure. Yeah, we made quite substantial changes. There's a lot more gold as well, which allows you to buy things from the vendor. You know, we made things sell for more. We made prices cheaper. Like we did like a lot of things around, and the gold thing in particular was pretty good because gold is a good way for solving problems. So if
I really like gold. Like I thought I would hate gold because I thought it was so special that PoE 1 didn't have gold, but gold is such a good way to solve a lot of issues, to be honest.
To broaden the scope of this bit a little bit, some games have what you might call like smart drops and so on, where they like drop stuff for your character. But we've always been really against that because to us it feels really bad, the idea that you know, like if I'm playing this character, it means I can't find stuff for other characters. And also there's this kind of concept of the near miss of like, oh, a bow drop, but I'm not a bow user, and it's like either I can like, you know, use that on a different character, or I'm like, oh, you know, I guess, oh well,
yeah, as long as it's not tradable.
But gold actually serves as effectively like smart drops in a way, because it allows you to buy what you want from the shop. So if we increase the proportion, we can effectively tweak the degree to which you can pick what your drops are versus not by changing the relative ratio of gold to regular drops in the economy. And effectively, we increased the ratio a little bit more towards gold than what we had initially in the first LA demo we did. And that has meant now that you can solve your problems more easily by buying things from the shop and just like fix the issues that you have.
That creates like a bit of a safety net, like a baseline for what you can expect players to have access to.
That was absolutely an issue we had where we're already a game that has a crazy degree between the bottom and the top as far as like player skill goes and like all these other things, like just RNG even. So by having that gold safety net, it means that
will PoE 2 have less monsters? We don't really know yet. Like even in like Act 3, I was getting like pretty decent density. So it's like we just don't know because we haven't seen any endgame yet. If you compare Act 3 of PoE 2 to Act 3 of PoE 1, then it was like almost like more density.
You can fix your own problems. It sort of brings up the minimum without increasing the maximum very much, which I think has been very good.
Yeah, even quest rewards, we added gold to a number of quest rewards as well. Certainly, it helps a lot.
And then the other thing we did as well, which is a lot more subtle and players may not even notice, is that we have a lot of hard-coded drops through the campaign that you can just sort of find as you go through. So there's just all these little side things, like, you know, like specific chests that you'll find that will drop, like, you know, oh, here's an extra place that drops an uncut support gem. You know, there's a really subtle one in Red Veil where we make sure that we drop the chests. There's like these chests of weapons that fall apart, and we make sure that at least one T2 white base of every weapon type drops in that area somewhere. So as you're just exploring that zone, you will definitely find something to replace your weapon with, and then you can usually, you know, use currency on it to improve it and so on as well. So like we're just kind of making sure that that minimum is
not sure November's alpha build will actually have endgame, will it? So they've said that at November everything is going to be in the game. They've said like all the classes, all the endgame, it is for most intents and purposes a full release. I still think there will be some things missing, but yeah, it's supposed to be like full release, but you know, early access, like it's not finished yet. Like they'll need to tune a lot of things. Things will be imbalanced, broken.
Up. And there's even things like, you know, there's like a white ring that drops in the graveyard. There's like a special grave that you can open up, and there's like, you know, I think there's like some lore object there about, oh, you know, like buried the wedding ring of my, you know, like ancestor here. It's like, oh, well, like let's steal that. You know, so that's the
perfect grave robbing jewelry.
Exactly. You know, we've got little things like there was I don't know if when you were playing through you found the secret lever you can pull that opens like a little tomb thing that opens up, and there's like a bunch of gold down there, things like that.
I'm gonna try and find that.
Yeah. There's all sorts of just cool little things that we've added through the game to nice. Once again, if you're like racing through, you're probably not gonna get that stuff, but then also you're probably a better player. But if you're a player who is you know, taking your time, you're going through, you're a first time player, you're gonna find more of that stuff that kind of serves as almost a catch up mechanic to kind of give you the items you would need to be able to do a bit better. So the idea there is, you know, like we give you a reward for exploration, exploration, and we expect newer players to be doing more of that exploration. If you having trouble with a boss, we want it to be the case that, okay, well, if I just explore the area, I'm going to find some extra things that are going to help me to be able to progress with that.
So not only have you got these big like flagship like zone bosses that drop like a specific permanent character buff, but now you've also got scattered throughout the zone hidden chests, little secret Easter eggs, even things you're hiding from each other.
I wonder if there's going to be any like choices, like permanent or semi-permanent choices, like the bandits. In PoE 2. I wonder if they like that or not. Also, I wonder how they're doing lab. I wonder if we get lab in Act 3. Maybe the lab is something to do with the sun boss. Like, I think that'll be more like something you just gain.
It seems, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I know, there was that quest that Mark added that I came across something. I was like, what the hell? Like, where did this come from?
I added a thing where some monsters, without spoiling it too much, but there's a kind of type of monster, and they drop half an amulet, and then there's another type of monster later in the act that drops another half of a medallion, and then you can like if you put those two pieces in, you then get like a quest reward bonus where you get to pick either, representing one monster or the other, and you get that's a permanent bonus for your character. But like when people first got it, they're like, what is this half medallion for?
I just wasn't expecting to see something in my own game that I hadn't heard about before.
Just a hidden quest you had no idea about.
That's
exactly.
Cool.
It's fun.
Yeah,
They're fun. I mean, that was me testing
the thing that makes me the most excited for PoE 2 is especially like I don't know how much like all the other devs play and stuff personally, but I know Neon plays so much and has like multiple level 100s and shit like that. So like he plays PoE 1 so much. So if he likes PoE 2, that's a really, really good sign for me. He actually used to play with streamers regularly and like just be on streams and chat with people until Reddit started complaining that the devs were interacting with streamers, and they were like, oh, this is like an advantage for streamers. So then they stopped doing that because the community was complaining that the devs were playing with streamers. So, but that was a really cool thing in my opinion. Because then we got to like hear more from them and stuff.
Waters of like having something quite secret, and it's pretty rare, to drop things in an area that are used in another area. Like in PoE, that's like pretty. I mean, you have obviously the core campaign quest items that carry through. That's fine, but like kind of secondary random objects like that, it's very rare to see that. And so I kind of wanted to gauge people's reactions on like maybe we'll try adding some of that and kind of see how it feels. It adds a whole bunch of flavor and depth to the world in some regards. So I don't know. It seemed to have a pretty positive response so far.
This is the boss that Alec was talking about that is going to be like one of the great equalizers. Because this is one of the bosses that like some of the press people got stuck on this boss or before this boss and couldn't get past it. So it's like, it's actually pretty hard. Yeah, I don't know. The guys, the press guy to my left and my right didn't get here. Like they got hard stuck way before. It was pretty easy for my build. I was a ranger, so I just stayed ranged and like killed it easily. But like, I first tried this boss.
Adding more random stuff that Jonathan can find without knowing about it.
The other one that I've been really enjoying is the specific rares that we've been putting in. So that's been a fun one. So in some cases, we had extra reskins of monsters lying around that we were like, hey, we could just like use this as an extra little rare encounter. We make them rare because they're not like unique now. The standard for what a unique bosses in PoE 2 is obviously like way more ridiculous than what it was in PoE 1. So like you'd have just like in PoE 1 you'd have a unique that was like, I don't know, what was that guy who was in the crossroads? Like I don't know.
He's in Southern Forest now. He moved camps, but he's just like I can't remember, cut off the head staver or something. And he's like,
just like
I've got heavy strike.
Yeah,
like that's his whole thing.
Yeah, that was the standard of a unique in the campaign in PoE 1, and now it's like some giant multi-phase like crazy boss. But it's still fun to have those like sort of little encounters with like a specific guy, and so you know, like there's that one in the forest, which is that witch monster, and what we actually did for that one is we just took a monster that made thematic sense from Act 5, and we moved it early and then had it as a rare encounter, and that's like kind of a fun thing. There was like that there's like that little like treant summoning thing going on, and
there's like a Stonehenge looking thing, and later in Act 1 you get a few like treant things that are summoning a big thing, and it's actually again just another later acts monster brought earlier with some recolor, like a slight adjustment to the skills.
Yeah, there's that
I really do like, and my favorite thing is that every boss in PoE 2 is almost like at an Uber level, and that is really cool, I think. So I'm very excited for that. I still think it'll be odd to get used to, but I am very excited for it.
Ghost guy in one of the crypts.
It's just like there's like a rare chest, and there's just like a ghost in front of it. He's just hanging out, and when you run into the ghost, he kind of like does something, releases a shockwave, and it revives a whole bunch of monsters around you. And like cool. Damn, this freaking chest was a trap.
Once again, that was another thing I didn't know about until I ran into it.
Yeah. It is. I had this when I was playing. I got this when I played. In Gamescom.
That was a fun one. There's like we've got, so we're trying to make sure that every area has like at least 2 or 3, just like random things that you can find in it. That you know, like,
it's similar to the way it is in PoE 1.
It could be chests, could be monsters, could be like, you know, or it could be a unique boss that's like a whole thing. You know, like you don't know what you might find. You know, and that honestly is some of the funnest stuff to design. And it's actually like, it's funny because it's like, you can actually lose sight of that stuff when you're, you know, doing the whole giant content schedule of like making areas and like bosses and so on. And then like this stuff doesn't even really, like, relative to the rest of the game, it's so fast to make, and yet it's like the fun stuff that I think people remember, and like and you know, like it really adds a lot of life to the world. So it would be a shame if we didn't, you know, have the time to be able to do that stuff. Like, it really is cool. You know, like just like little, oh look, there's this little secret entrance here, and you know, what's that?
It's partly kind of even what's happening with the campaign improvements in PoE 1. Yes. They're the same kind of 100%. Drive or motivation for that. It's
and that stuff, like, you know, it's interesting because it's actually hard to know like how that stuff is being received by the player base, because it's not often mentioned. It's not like a big you know, PR value thing.
Yeah, it's not like a title grabbing thing, but it is a thing that feels good and is exciting and makes things more interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. Like, you'd have to ask new players, because I don't think existing players will like it. Like, we can ask chat right now. Did you guys like or dislike that they made Act 1 and Act 2 harder and like more engaging? Because like GDD wants to do that for all the acts, but I mean, more people seems to like it than dislike it. So they probably are right. They probably are right. So I wonder when they're gonna make like Act 3, 4, and 5 harder. I enjoy an engaging campaign. Yeah. Roas are too scary. Roas are very scary. Roas are very scary.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we add like, we're trying to add like sort of 20 to 30 of those with each, you know, just little details like that with each thing. But like ideally, you know, PoE 2 is just filled with that stuff already. You know, just like lots of
The hope is to release with, you know, without having to then do it over many, many leagues like we are for PoE 1, you can just release PoE 2 with all of that in place. And I mean, sure, you can always add more later and evolve stuff, because eventually you might want to. Like, more world building is always great, but at least there's enough there. You really want it to be that, like, every time you play through, you know,
find a few new ones.
You might find something different in a certain act because you just happen to miss it the first time. I mean, unless you're being ultra thorough and like full clearing every single area with like exact precision and taking your sweet time, in which case, good on you. But like, a lot of characters might just miss certain points of interest, and they find it the next time. And
but we can even do some of them. We can even do some of them as not always spawning. Like I know in the in Act 2, there was those two different. We've got like a couple of different of those statue. The crazy statue rooms.
I haven't seen that movie.
Yeah.
And there's like different ones for that.
So as long as you have the deterministic outcome, if there is one, the reward bound to both or to many, or if there's some way to do that, ideally you'd have it that you'd actually generate different ones as you play through as well. So
improving kind of the experience of multiple campaign playthroughs here as well for different characters playing out differently, but even the same character playing out different.
Right. I mean, I don't know if you've I might have talked to you about this before, but with regard to multiple campaign playthroughs, like the world map in PoE 2 is a random map, and it can have a different layout between different leagues. So like the overall layout of the whole act changes around, and that can actually change like what stuff you can find in it as well. So we really want the idea of like
that's so good for me as a content creator. Hi, Zizaran here with this league's layout for the campaign. It's gonna be like so good as a content creator. I think it'll be more engaging for players too. I don't know. Honestly, a lot of this we have no idea until we play. Like I had fun when I played in LA once I actually got to play for like 4 or 5 hours.
Each time you play that campaign, it does feel like there's something new and different going on with it, and that's something that that with the stuff we've got going on in PoE 2, we can now sort of do like much better than what we did in PoE 1.
You're both increasing like the randomness through that system, but also much more handcrafted content as well through these like random rare monsters and unique monsters and little chests that are scattered around that are done maybe sometimes randomly as well.
It's sort of funny because we, I think, use procedural generation differently than what I think a lot of like different games do. Like when a lot of players hear procedural generation, what they're kind of imagining is like an infinite amount of bad kind of like mediocre content. But for us, procedural generation is making, like we handcraft lots of little things, and you can find like, that they're going to be in areas, but like the procedural generation is a way to make it so that we can create levels quickly while still handcrafting everything about them that makes them unique, and also that every time you play through the area it feels a bit different enough so that there's still some surprises, even if those surprises are handcrafted things. Like what you run into just is going to be different. Like
I do hope, like I'm very excited to see more like events and things, more like exciting things happening during the campaign, especially if they aren't happening all the time.
Really helps a lot. That's a very different thing, I think, than what a lot of other procedural generation games do.
It seems like your kind of system for giving loot to the player, or tools or gear or uncut gems or whatever it is that you need to give the player to ensure kind of like a minimum quality of their playthrough is getting smarter. Like you have the ability now to, you're mentioning things like if players don't get this, then later on they'll get something else. Or more.
So we actually have what we call like second chances for certain things. So if you didn't run into this particular chest that gave you an extra skill gem in in the second area, then that means that when in the third area, when you find the like witch's cottage, for example, then that's going to drop that extra skill gem instead. And so by doing second chances for some of the stuff, we can just kind of like try to make sure that because all that stuff is just still randomly run into, that we can still get that sort of minimum playthrough. And we're not going to make it so it's like that thing's going to follow you through the whole game or something like that, but we do want to make sure that at least there's 2 chances at everything, so that
scary music,
even if you don't run into it, you've still got you still have a reasonably good experience.
Good eye, ZD here. All right, that was a good video. Yeah, I mean, I think the skill gem thing will be an interesting thing, unless I misunderstood the way he explained it to me at Gamescom, which is after this video, so maybe that's like changed since then. But my understanding was that not only will you be able to drop like the level 1 skill gem and upgrade a gem 1 by 1, but what I understood from his explanation to me at Gamescom, which is in my interview, was that you'll be able to find like a level 7 and straight up put a skill to level 7 as well. So you won't have to do like every skill and find like 20 skill gems. Correct? Okay, cool. I'm just making sure I haven't missed anything. So that sounds very good. Because if you had to find 20, they said that in this video too. Okay, I didn't pay attention to that. Because if you had to find 20 for every skill gem, that would be literal cancer. So I like the skill gem thing. I mean, I like most things. Like for me, all I want to see now is endgame though. Like, I really, really, really want to see a level 70 character. That would be huge. Is that really important? What if we just explore it? Well, I mean, sure. It's just that is what would hype up a lot of PoE1 players. People just like, they don't want the pace. Okay, no, like I quite a lot of us don't want the pace to be what we're seeing during the campaign. That's all. A lot of us want like at least twice that speed. Which I think we will get because we can attack while moving. Like a lot of us enjoy blasting. You don't have to like blast at PoE1 speeds. But you don't want Ruthless speeds either, right? Like there's a reason that there's like 50 people playing Ruthless, right? So if PoE2, I'm not saying that it is, but if PoE2 was literally feeling like Ruthless for most people, then that is going to turn a lot of people off, right? There is a reason that it doesn't have 50 people, or it doesn't have many people. So a lot of people have been wanting to see more in-game because they're hoping that it's not Ruthless. But either way, I'm very positively optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I think gold is huge. I'm definitely open to this change, the support gems being more meaningful. But I'm a bit worried, but I see what they're trying to do. Either way, I'm going to link Siggy's video in chat. I'll link it in the description down below. It's a good video. He's good at interviews. And hopefully you guys enjoyed watching it and talking about it a little bit. So thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do. I really like Ruthless. I'd play it permanently if it wasn't half as Ruthless. Yeah, it is for me too, a little bit too Ruthless. Definitely a little too Ruthless. What would you change? With Ruthless, being able to hide things from the filter would be a big one for me. Maybe a little bit more drops. One thing that I like the most about PoE1 is being able to curate my own content. I think that was the single best change they've done. That you can choose what content you want to do and you farm it. And you can't do that in Ruthless. And that's something I miss. Like, I think that's probably the... If I had to point one bad thing with Ruthless, then I have to say that. Like, on Ruthless, you're basically just praying and hoping, but like you don't actually have a way to farm stuff. And I personally think that's quite rough. Like what, Shadow?
I must have time to gather my will.
That was a cool part of me for as a new player. You don't only build your own character, you're literally building your enemies too. Yeah.
This way, Exile. Kill it, Exile, quickly.
A bunch of people fighting in an arena. I wanted to look at it again, but never got the chance to. Ultimatum? That's on the atlas. It's there. I think he means Toda. It was defending totems. Oh, because that content got removed from the game. That's why it's not on the Atlas. Because they didn't want that to be a part of the game anymore. Like, everything that's in the game is on the Atlas. But if they remove something from the game, it's clearly not going to be on the Atlas since, well, it was removed from the game, right? Why did they remove it? They just don't make everything core anymore. Like the league that we're playing right now might not be our next league either, like the city stuff. Like, for example, last league isn't core, right? Like, most leagues don't go core anymore. Because there is so many mechanics in the game. It's the last epoch pretty soon, right? When is that? $19th. Completely removed. If it's in standard league, it's everywhere else. Like, there's nothing that exists in standard that doesn't exist on leagues. Did you just not feel that way about some content? So, a lot of people feel like the game becomes too bloated when they make everything. So, like, for example, there's been loads of content that has been in the game previously that they removed, like Prophecy, Parandus. Like, they don't want to just add every single mechanic to the core game. I missed Prophecy, still forgot about it, yeah. Prophecy was crazy, but it had a lot of cringe like ways to manipulate it. Prophecy was the most profitable thing in a game for a long time. It was like stupidly profitable? Profitable. I remember getting yelled at for like showing people how to make profit off it. It was funny. SSF mage possessing not one single miss or reflection, yeah. Would it still be strong? Prophecy? Yeah. Prophet. Damage looks great for a mid bow and a foreling. Yeah, damage is really good. They should add remove nah. No. They should definitely not remove Alva. Alva is like some of like the most cool thing. Like what they should do is let rooms go to level 4 when it's next to an empowering room. How's the build? The build's really strong except defensively. So I feel like I'm just gonna fall over anytime soon. Kibble leagues are, yeah, they're pretty good with doing it. But also, like, it makes more sense. What the less stuff there is in a game, the more stuff. Yeah, there are corpses. Like, you can actually get the onslaught corpse, and that actually is the only onslaught that gives you movement speed. Lightning strike. Perfect Guardian Turtle, nice ritual, dude, imagine. I actually have minion nodes on this, so it'd be insane. I don't have Spectre as a gem. I should go buy that and start leveling Spectre. How does he not die to 15% reflect? Because I don't deal any damage. When my minions are dealing the damage. You can't resurrect the special Spectre when it dies, right? I can't remember. No. Sconzo. I don't know. I definitely enjoyed playing the Gladiator SST build more.
I must have time to gather my will.
How do you get SST in Ruthless? Curvaceous. Then spell damage? You need lightning exposure. You're a lightning build. Whoa, I looked away for half a second. Almost died. Will you go again if you die? No, I'm like definitely like getting a little bit burnt out with this. I'm like very, very close to stopping. Has thorns. True. Cause I'm gonna try today to set up the Dance Dance Revolution stuff and try to do PoE on hardcore on dance pad. Well, nice. PoE on a dance pad. As far as what's game next, it's the last Epoch event, then Gauntlet, and then I don't know. Mercy Shield's so annoying. Please be a good Amethyst ring. I don't have good rings. Brother. But it's got nothing to do with satisfying to play. It's just the defenses of the build. It's the only thing. Nothing else. It's also like, right now, I'm trying to get high stuff, but since I am doing high stuff, I don't have enough map sustain, so I'm actually like, I'm running out of tier 6 maps. So like, the map stuff is really unenjoyable in Ruthless as well. Why didn't you stack mana to get armor increased? How would I stack mana?
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you. We shall see how far you can be pushed.
Havoc, thank you. Thank you for the 60 months, dude. How you doing? How you doing? Just ask it again. I can't scroll up. PoE too soon? I'm hyped, dude. Did I do your brother when Shaper targeted his minion? Yeah. Need to wear 80s TV gym outfit? Steel was suggesting that actually. What a smart guy. He is smart. I wonder how hard it would be to roll. Do I need to have a mix of armor and evasion totaling a multiple of 15? Oh. No, you don't care about a multiple of 15, but you can use armor, evasion, or both. So like 1,000 armor and evasion would be the same as 2,000 armor or 2,000 evasion. So that's why we go for armor and evasion shield, because that's the easiest to get highest. I think dex shield can get the highest, but then you're wasting loads of points on dex, because you need like 220 dex, which the build doesn't have. And it's not worth it. And then you can't get physical damage reduction on suffix on the shield. So Cardinal Shield is the best.
Must have time to gather the will.
How do you get lightning exposure? Awaken lightning pad and level 5. Have to go do more gauntlet stuff today soon, so I won't be able to stream too much. And I have to figure out some sort of plan for what we're doing. Man, I'm actually running out of tier 6 maps. No, you don't use the glove implicit. Oh, nice, Bunny-Key. Yeah, walks are healthy. I stopped walking when Quinn suggested doing it. Yeah, Valho, I feel that. I'm probably gonna finish this map. I'm out of fucking tier 6 maps anyway. And then go find nice some gauntlet stuff. Oh, a new map. 2 maps. Huge. I'm also kind of tempted to play that like Wukong game. That looks really cool. How much harder or easier than Dark Souls is it? My damage is crazy. Way easier. Oh. All the VTubers beat it so fast. Oh shit. Maybe not worth playing then. More like God of War difficulty. That's not my type of game. Elden Ring? But then I have to play the normal Elden Ring first. So I've already done that, but I would want to start over. I'm also kind of keen on Satisfactory. Base building in No Man's Sky? No, I'm not a huge fan. I love No Man's Sky, but a big problem with No Man's Sky is that the game loops are so far apart. It takes me more than I would like to get to the next game loop. Have you seen Core Keeper? Yeah, it looked trash. But maybe I would like it. Right. I'm gonna raid Crouching Tuna. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video. This was pre-recorded, chat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go work on some gauntlet stuff. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. We'll see. Thursday or Friday we'll do like the Dance Dance Revolution stuff. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Hey YouTube, Zizaran here. Hey guys, Zizaran here. Hey everyone. So I was literally just about to go to bed. Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here. Zizaran here. Zizaran here. With Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel.
looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado!